Good afternoon and welcome to Kowloon Cricket Club for the Cricket Hong Kong China Premier League T20 final. We've got both the captains out in the middle with match referee Mr. Gandhi, and it is a KCC home team game, so Jay Davidson will toss and Kinchit Shah from HKCC will call.
Heads is the call.
Heads is the call. Tails is the result, so Jay gets the call.
We'll have a bat first, Bushy.
Okay, well, congratulations on winning the toss. And we'll see the team in blackout having a bat. First question, you're not normally the Premier League captain. Jamie Atkinson not available today.
Yeah, Jamie's away, so team news is Cart's back from work, and then we've gone with the extra batter. Tom comes in, and Mudassa's sitting out from last week.
Now, Tom's coming off the back of a century last week, I think, so you're bringing some form in to replace Jamie?
Yeah, correct, and he performed pretty well for us in that 6-7 position, the one Premier League game he played, so we think that's going to add value on a track like today.
Now, last week it was about a 170 track. What are you thinking that you've got to put on the board to put enough pressure on Hong Kong Cricket Club today?
Bushy, on this track, I think, honestly, with our bowling lineup, anything above 150 will be defendable for us. I think we'd ideally like to get to 170, that'd be a great score, but anything above 150 we'll be happy with.
Well, congratulations on winning the toss. Captain today for KCC Premier Jay Davidson. We'll have a chat to HKCC Premier Captain Kinchit Shah. Didn't win the toss. What would have you done?
Would have wanted to bat first as well. Looks like a dry wicket, but T20 cricket, I don't think it's going to change much. But yeah.
We just talked to Jay about what sort of score he's looking to get. What are you looking to restrict KCC to today?
Anywhere between 160, 170. is we'll be comfortable chasing.
Now, last week you had a thriller into the super over, gets you into the final. Hoping not to be this tense this week?
Of course, but the boys did really well in the super over as well. They held their nerves. Young Veer Mathur, 14 years old, bowled brilliantly. So it shows that there's no age, like someone of his age is doing so well for the team. We're quite happy with that.
Speaking of the team, any changes from last week or any special players back into the side for the final?
Yeah, we've got Ninath back in, so Matt Rosley misses out. So we're going to have that middle order back at 6-7.
Well, good luck today, captain for Hong Kong Cricket Club, Kinchit Shah. Talking about that pitch, anything over 150 seems to be the target today. Plenty of grass in the middle. It's going to help out the pace bowlers like Jay Davidson as Kinchit moves back to get ready for the game. So lots of grass here. I'm not going to make it all the way down that end, Jaya, but I am going to come down this end because it's pretty replica. As soon as it gets past the grassed area, it gets into a lot of dry, a lot of small little cracks. It should see some turn as well, so the spinners will have some fun. The seamers will have some fun, but as Jay said, he thinks this is going to be a good batting track. We're looking forward to a very big final for the Cricket Hong Kong China Premier League T20 series. Will be live from 1:30 p.m. with KCC winning the toss, electing to bat. Join us then. That's a very good afternoon and welcome to KCC. Aaron Bush with you for the Cricket Hong Kong China Premier League final. KCC, as you can see on screen, winning the toss, electing to have a bat. Mo Khan and Sunny Bimsaria out in the middle. Adil Mahmood to open the bowling for HKCC. KCC undefeated throughout the tournament. HKCC losing only one game, of course, that was to KCC, and last week getting through to the final with a super over. We're ready to go as Adil Mahmood bowls to Mo Khan, and it'll be an extra in the books to start with. Adil comes in again. Bat on ball this time. Big calls of no. Run through the team playing list today. With a slight change to KCC. Their captain, Jamie Atkinson, unavailable. We know that Sunny and Mo are in the side. On the pads. And the finger goes up. The first wicket falls. Adil Mahmood strikes for HKCC. Mo Khan out for a duck. The first wicket falls on one. KCC 1 for 1. It was very adjacent, and the finger went up pretty quickly from umpire John Prakash. Mo walks back, and coming in at number 3, Bubba Hyatt for KCC. Very good start for Hong Kong Cricket Club, getting the early big wicket of Mo Khan. Bubba's coming in now. There's also Azaz Khan, Atiq Iqbal, Chris Carter into the side. Farhad Hyatt, Jay Davidson the captain today. Mo Khan already out. Sunny Bimsaria at the non-strikers end. Tommy Heisinger will be the wicket keeper. Wakas Bakat and Zenden Verster rounding out the playing 11 for KCC today. We'll get to the playing 11 for HKCC as they all go back and reset. Bubba out to the middle. So Adil Mahmood, who's got the wicket already, as he always does. Anshuman Rath, Danny Matt, the speedster, in as well. As Adil comes in again from the pavilion end. Solid bat on ball from Bubba, coming off a 74 last week. Player of the match in the last round robin of the Premier League. Kinshit Shah, the captain for HKCC, as always. Luke Jones, Mohsin Khan, who's been in the wickets as of late. Nindad Shah into the side today for Matt Rossley. Nazakat Khan. Sahal Malvinkar, the cheat code. He's been in the runs all season. And the two Matha brothers, Shiv and Veer, with Shiv doing the wicket-keeping duties today. Just there, bottom of screen. That's hit hard, straight to the field, causes a little bit of a fumble. It's the captain sitting at mid-off, allowing the single to get through. Kinshit Shah will run through where all the fielders are as well. Sunny Bimsaria comes on strike for his first delivery. Extra cover, Anshuman Rath, Luke Jones at cover. Ninad Shah backward point. Danny Mapp down at deep third. No fine leg. Mohsin Khan inside the circle. As Adil comes in again. Bowl, but bottom hand. One bounce to Luke Jones this time. It's like Veer's out at deep square leg, the second player outside the circle. Sahal at mid-wicket, and Nazakit, as he always is, at mid-on. See the captain there, Kinshit Shah, ball in hand, white floppy hat, having a chat to his bowler. He'd be pretty happy with how this first over's gone. One extra, one run off the bat. Goes the Yorker length, hit hard, and this time no mistake from Kinshit. Keeps it to a dot. End of a successful first over here in the Cricket Hong Kong China Premier League T20 final. KCC 2 for 1. Mohsin Khan from the bowling club end. Big thick edge. Shiv can't get glove on it. Short boundary. Goes flying through about second slip. Swinging hard using the pace of Mohsin. Bit fluky for Bubba, but he gets the first boundary of the final. No chance for Shiv. That was well past where he could catch it. And the third inside the circle wasn't fine enough. Has gone finer now. Pretty much if that happens again, Adil Mahmood will take a catch. Mohsin resets. Pushes across the body, and Bubba just pushing the bat out at it. Not far away from finding the edge. They've got a deep mid-wicket in place. Anshuman Rath and Nazakit's gone to long on for Bubba. So no fine leg or third outside the circle. No one on the offside outside the circle. Umpire Venkatesh officiating from the bowling club end. Bubba comes down the pitch, smothers it as it hits him outside the line of leg. Looking to flick it, maybe towards Anshuman Rath. They'll go through square leg over the top of Veer Matha. Goes aerial, he's going to pick the gap between Ange and Nazakit. Nobody's going to catch that unless they're over there having a practice, as that's gone for the first maximum of the day. Smashed it through cow corner. Picked the gap between long on and mid-wicket. There's the charge, picks it up off stump. Goes aerial, goes big. So a couple of boundaries this over. Full up from Mohsin, and Bubba just dots it back to Khan. Heard from Jamie and Kinshit at the toss. Jamie looking for a 150 plus. 160, 170 even. Is where Kinshit wants to restrict KCC and thinks they can chase it down with their batting lineup. They defended 167 last week, KCC, but the pitch didn't look like this. Looks like a good batting track. And stand-up punch, can't get past Luke Jones, one of the best fielders in Hong Kong, and shows it again. So it'll be a 4 and a maximum for the second as KCC move to 12 for 1. Adil Mahmood successful in his first over to bowl again. Guides that one through gully. Work to do for Danny Mapp out in the deep. He does well, keeps it to 1. Sonny gets his first runs off the bat. And the big hitting Bubba Hyatt back on strike on 11. Bubba goes bang. Watch out, people having lunch in the Boundary Cafe. That's going to smash up near the windows. Bit of a fright for the Sunday afternoon diners having a late lunch. And he's hit that up and over the top of the windows. That's gone too far as third umpire Hamid Tukrul has to go pick that one up and deliver a new ball out to the middle. They're still having a discussion with umpire John Prakash. Shows everyone the replacement delivery, the replacement pill, as Bubba loses the first ball of the final. He's not here today, Jamie Atkinson, but we feel like the ATCO zone is going to be in play towards Cox's Road. You can see a very central pitch, that AstroTurf pitch. It's pretty much middle of the ground here at KCC. We're just one pitch closer to the swimming pool pavilion. Soft hands, going to run on the arm. Shy from Anchaman. No hit and good backing up from Mohsin Khan, otherwise that could have gone for 4 overthrows. Goes big, goes soft. Bubba moves to 18 off just 10 deliveries. Sonny Bimsaria back on strike. Deep square leg in place still for Adil. Oh, lots of bottom hand. How did that not carry to someone? And then Sonny's gone and tried to run himself out. That was very lucky. Very high on the bat from Bimsaria, and it's just found a little gap. The only person in the ground there that probably could have caught that is Bubba Hyatt. Deep square leg in place still for Adil. Oh, lots of bottom hand. How did that not carry to someone? And then Sonny's gone and tried to run himself out. That was very lucky. Very high on the bat from Bimsaria, and it's just found a little gap. The only person in the ground there that probably could have caught that is Bubba Hyatt. Somehow just fell next to him. Zuckett couldn't get it in time. Sahal couldn't come around from mid-wicket quick enough. Lucky life for Sonny. Has he got an edge on that? It's come off the thigh pad according to umpire John Prakash, showing his skills. Really hard when it comes off that hip. You've got to really track it down the leg side. No fine leg in place. It saved 4 runs. And they're going to take the quick single. Mohsin won't pull the trigger on that one. He'll just pick it up and hold on to it because he'll bowl the next over. End of the over, 9 runs coming from the third KCC Premier, 21 for 1. cameras will continue. They're back now. Full. Hits straight to Matt, but good running. Sonny was off quickly. Someone has graciously gone and found that ball that Bubba smashed up into the skies. Aerial smash through extra cover over the top of the training nets. The Atco zone gets one on the offside this time as it goes up in the trees just inside from Cox's Road playground. A couple of the KCC kids who have come down to watch in their uniforms will have to fish that one out in the garden. Too wide from Mosen, pushing across the body, exactly where Bubba likes it. .24 of the 28 off the bat of Bubba Hyatt, coming in on the first over and taking full advantage. So the only one that didn't come off the middle is that one that flew away for 4 through the slip cordon. The rest have been meaty. And he's crashed that one as well. Kept it along the ground through extra cover. Amanat Khan, head curator of KCC, does the fielding. Another boundary in the books for Bubba. And then the tip and run. Luke Jones with a shy. I think that ricocheted off Bubba's bat, so he's not going to take an extra run. Sonny swinging hard, finds a run to the mid-on region. The Zuckett picks up, but Sonny was already home before he got there. It's another single. Another good over with 13 runs already coming from the fourth. Taking full advantage of the power play here, KCC Premier, after losing that early wicket. And Bubba's just going to take a very easy single through a vacant mid-wicket region. Retain the strike. Big over comes to an end. 14 runs from the fourth. KCC Premier 35 for 1. Going to be a change in bowling here for HKCC. Adil's going to have a break after bowling half his allotted over. And starts nicely, Danny. Good length, good line. No run available for Hyatt. On drag down leg this time from Danny. Second extra. I think it's the second extra. At least the second extra. My third paper. Good crowd up on the balcony watching on over the top as Danny comes in and Bubba goes forward, goes bang, and he's put that one up. It stayed inside the ground at least this time. Picks up yet another maximum. 4th, 6th for Bubba as he moves to 36. .42 off 4.2 for KCC Premier. Charges again. It's a no ball though, and he's going to get 4 for it backward of square. Can't cut it off. Veer chasing hard, coming around from deep square leg, but couldn't get there. Bubba gets a 4 and a free hit coming up. Was it an overstep? It wasn't. He hit the stumps as he was bowling. That's the no ball call. He was too close to the stumps. See that on the replay there. Either way, it's a free hit for Bubba. And crunches it through extra cover for 6. Down on one knee, gets the pose, brings up the half century for KCC Premier in the process with his 5th maximum of the innings. He moves to 46. KCC Premier moved to 53 for 1 in 4.3. This was glorious. Outside off, clears that front knee and crunches it. Umpire Prakash inspecting the ball. And chat between Kinchid and Danny now on what he's going to do. He's still got half the over left to bowl. He's already gone for 18, and Bubba's still on strike. 50-run partnership, of course, as well. That early wicket falling. Sunny Bimsari is on 3 for a 50-run partnership. Bubba on 46 as Danny comes in again. And that one's a no ball as well. Again, he's clipped the stumps as he's gone through the delivery action, just bowling 2 straight line to line, stump to stump. He's cleaned up the stumps, which are easy for umpire John to see because they're the KCC light-up stumps. So no changes in the field, of course, as the free hit comes up. But Sahal earlier had moved to cow corner over underneath the boundary cafe. Oh, good result for Map there as it comes off the thigh pad. Plenty of batting to come, of course, for KCC Premier. Zaz Khan, Chris Carter, Tommy Heisinger coming off a century. And for the Crusaders, I think that one was. Could have been, yeah, I think it was. So lots of form coming into the finals, the undefeated KCC Premier. Bubba will take a single off the 5th delivery. Only take back to Sunny. He's only faced 8 deliveries so far. Just because KCC have been undefeated doesn't mean HKCC have no chance. Of course they do. They're a very good side. They bested KCC Premier in the one-day format in the final. Of course, yesterday's Caravel Foundation Under-16s All-Star Series final saw the Kowloon Lions roll the undefeated Hong Kong Islanders. Map comes in, looking to finish off the 5th. Cut away in the air, but picks the gap. That's going to be a boundary. First one for Sonny. The runs continue to flow. A big over comes to an end with 24 runs coming from the 5th KCC Premier, 59 for 1. Power play about to be completed with a change of bowling from the bowling club and Anjuman Rath to come into the attack. The left arm wrist spin. See if he can't break this 58-run partnership. Bubba Hyatt sitting on 47 off just 21 deliveries. Strike rate of 220 plus. Gives him a full toss to start with. You can't do that. That's the way to bring up the half century for Bubba. Does it again. Back-to-back half centuries in the Premier League. 74 last week, 51 this week off just 22 deliveries. That's his 4th 4. And Anjuman can just be lucky it was only a 4, because that could have well ended up out of the ground. Longer boundary to the cow corner region when bowling from the bowling club end. So one bounce for Bubba, 51 off 22. Back live. Another full toss and gets more treatment. They had some out in the deep, but he's going to go for 6 this time. Back-to-back full tosses. And this time Bubba does what he probably should have done off the first delivery. Goes big. Moves to 57 with his 6th 6. Pulls the length back this time. Work to do for Nazucket coming around in front of the scoreboard. Does well. Keeps it to 1 with a big strong arm from the deep. Here in broadcast with me, Hafiz Khan, who's just told me in my ear, he just thinks Bubba's in a mood today. And Bubba is in a mood. 58 off 24. He's in a finals T20 mood. 150 plus that Jay Davidson was looking for at the toss seems highly likely. 71 for 1. It's a 2 straight this time to Map. First dot of the over for Ange with 1 ball remaining at the power play. HKCC Premier. Be glad they can put a few more players out in the deep. Crunch that. That's a good piece of fielding from Kinjit. Keeps it to a dot, so 2 dots to finish off the over, but 12 runs still coming from it. Power play done. KCC Premier 71 for 1. Danny Mapp's just going to bowl the 1 over after going for 24, and they've had to pull the trigger. Adil Mahmood, he's already bowled 2. He's going to bowl a 3rd here from the pavilion end. Troubled Mo Khan in that very first over. Since then it's all been KCC. Got a deep square leg and now a deep mid-wicket rather than cow corner. Also long on outside the power play, plus a deep 3rd. And there it is, so close to the edge of Sunny Bimsaria. He's surviving at the moment. With Matt perhaps a little down after going for 24. Arch going for 12. And Adil only an over left after this. Might be just a matter of seeing Adil off. I'll take a quick single. Diving Mohsin Khan stops it with the body. Take the single. Now what's Bubba going to do? He's found runs off everyone. I'm going to bring deep third inside the circle. You might have heard the call of Danny from Kinshit Shah. They want to put, well, Kinshit's putting himself at a wideish long off now. That short boundary just wide of the pavilion. And he's crunched that. Not even Luke Jones could stop it as it races through cover. But they did have Ninad Shah hiding behind the tents. I didn't see him there. Thought that was 4 all the way. He had the deep cover. You might just hear the boots of Ninad as he returns to his position, hiding from me. So Sonny back on strike. Just the 2 singles so far. Tidy from Adil. That's cut hard, and a diving Anshuman Ruth picks that up nicely. Fielding well, bowling well this over. Looking out over towards square leg region where Nazakad Khan's fielding. Over there having a chat with him. Dash Vora and Cheyenne Puri from KCC, and Shroy Vash has joined them as well. Oh, and right on cue, they all going to be on camera here. There they are, the 3 in the background, plus Nazakad. His throw's a little wild, but Anshuman was making sure he backed up. Another single. Tidy like always from Adil Mahmood, 1 for 13 off 3. When Bubba's going at 200s. Can't ask for much more. And a very good delivery. Bubba just defends that one. Sees off another over from Adil. Just the 3 runs coming from the 7th. KCC Premier 74 for 1. Anshuman to bowl his second, going for 12 in his first. Of course, mostly off the bat of Bubba. Sonny on strike now. False start from Anshuman. Comes down the wicket, uses the wrists as it runs down to Danny Mappard long on. Slowed down just a touch, Bubba, after going big early. Now looking just for a tip and run single. Hot, hard work out there, of course. 4th of May. May the 4th be with you. Now that one to stick in the wicket a little bit. Bubba will get through for a single. Kinshit unable to pick up. 29.7 degrees in Jordan. A lot warmer out there in the middle when the sun shines as well. Patches of blue sky. Thought it might rain pre-game. It was so dark and cloudy, but beautiful conditions now, if not a little sticky. It's much tidier from Antraman in his second. Bubba waits. Sonny waits, I should say, but that got some prodigious bounce. Somehow got it to grip and kick. It's almost shoulder height for Sonny. This one a fuller one, trying to skid it through. Sonny gets down on it just in time. And lots going on. Direct hit by Luke Jones. Sonny again chancing his arm. It's not an arm you want to run on. And gets back safely. Things slowing down a touch for the KCC Premier side. 3 off the previous over from Adil. 2 just this so far. This over from Rad. Huntsman's just been told to change his watch step tracker from his left arm, which he's bowling with, to his right hand, so he can finish off the over. Well, we're looking for some water. Very hot work out there in the black uniform. It's too high, but it is a dot, so a very tidy over. Just 2 runs coming from the 8th. KCC Premier 76 for 1. Both sides with very dark uniforms. Hot, hard work. Bubba takes a quick drink as he picks up the helmet again. Looks like Veer Mata is going to bowl over number 9. And as Kinchit said at the toss, he was integral in that super over win against USRC. And now he's looking for him to try to get something, generate something, break this 75-run partnership somehow. Can he do it again? Recall, maybe it was the one-day final or one of the games earlier in the season where Veer came on and he caused all sorts of havoc to the very established batters like Bubba and Azaz and the like. Jamie Atkinson, I think he managed to get the wicket off in that game as well. T20 format now. He's got some work to do. 76 on the board, 9 wickets in hand as we're 2 overs away from the drinks break. And Veer comes in. Bubba, so pushing 1 run. Sahal picks up, fielding at extra cover now. Sonny will take the single, and Adil will just make Bubba work a little bit harder, throwing down to the striker's end. Oh, uses the wrists. Good work from Veer. That was hit very hard. You can hear the sound off the bat. Always field your best off your own bowling, and then as you walk back to your mark, you'll look at your hand and realise how much that one hurt. A good job from the 14-year-old. His brother right up to the stumps to keep Sonny anchored behind the crease. He tries to go big. Has he got enough on it? Yes, he has. Sails over the top of Mahmood's head. And a first maximum for Sonny. Was that Bubba? Sorry. Of course it was Bubba. Missed that earlier single. And then Bubba goes back. Not as big as some of the sixes he's hit today. Maybe a bit of fatigue setting in since he's up to 67 already. and swings hard, calls a catch, but it's just going to dribble, and it's going to beat Ninad, if that's Ninad there again. Blocked by the... Bubba picks up another boundary, moves into the 70s. Bubba, 6 and then 4, and then goes backward of square for more. More work for Amanat to do the fielding. He's been picked out twice in the field now. 75, so he's gone past his score last week. And from what I was told, he was dropped a couple of times last week. No such worries this week for Bubba Hyatt. He's just picked the gaps where he can, found the runs where he can. 16 runs coming from the 9th KCC Prem, moving into the 90s, 92 for 1. Archibald to take us to the drinks break. A big sweep and a miss from Sonny. 91 run partnership now on the back of Bubba Hyatt, 75. Certainly has been KCC's first half of their batting innings. Can Hong Kong Cricket Club generate a wicket leading into the drinks break? Give them something to bowl to in that second half as Sonny comes down a wicket. Just pushes it out to Danny Mapp at long on for another single. Tidy bowling, 5 extras only so far. 2 wides, 2 no balls, and the 1 leg by. And the no balls, of course, unfortunate for Danny Mapp, just bowling 2 wicket to wicket and taking the bails off when he came through. But still, Bubba's found a way to find runs as it goes out into the deep. Veer is out there in the APCO zone. As we always say in commentary, drinks break. Quite often you'll see a wicket going in or a wicket coming out. Can these two in the middle survive for KCC Premier? That swept nicely, but Sahal's that backward square. Keeps it to 1. Goes aerial, goes big. Not even bothering to watch that. I think that has been donated to the Kowloon Bowling Club as Bubba goes big off the second last delivery. Brings up the 100 for KCC Premier. In the process, love a milestone with a maximum, and this is one of the biggest ones. Of course, on 101 now, KCC means the 100 partnership is up between Sonny Bimsaria and Bubba Hyatt. Bubba with 82 of it. Sonny just a supporting role today. Another ball required just before the drinks break.
Finish strong, boy, finish strong.
Here we go. 9 off the over so far. Bubba winds up again, and he's going to go through cow corner over Danny Mapp's head. He can't get anywhere near that one. Brings up another maximum. We're in the drinks break here at Kowloon Cricket Club for the Cricket Hong Kong China Premier League T20 Series final. And after winning the toss, electing to bat Bubba Hyatt has. He's 88, lucky 88 of just 38 deliveries as KCC go to the drinks break on 107 for 1. Join us in 3 or 4 minutes time here live from Kowloon Cricket Club. Apologies for losing the audio there for a few overs after the drinks break. The Gremlins came on in. We saw Bubba come and go, and Azad Khan heads out to the middle. Kinshid Shah to bowl a second, 9 in his first. 135 on the board with 7 overs remaining. Could be a big innings here if Azad starts going big as well. Another wicket will help them restrict, maybe find that 170 mark that Kinshid set at the toss. Looking to sweep hard, but picks out an in at mid-wicket, out in the deep. It comes in just inside the circle. Comes forward and then only can smother. Tidy from the captain so far in his second. Uses the wrists out to Luke Jones in the deep now. Interesting to see Luke that far out. Obviously there to anything big, trying to attack the bowling club end. Safe pair of hands in the deep as well as inside the circle. And Sonny comes charging. Inside edge out to deep square to Sahal Malvinkar. And Sahal, of course, who is instrumental in dismissing Bubba Hine for 98. Massive innings, massive partnership. Now, that wicket falling after the drinks break. HKCC are slowing things down here. Just 4 runs coming from the 14th. KCC Premier 139 for 2. Man who got the wicket, Nazakat Khan. 1 for 5 off his first. Bowling to Sonny. Could have a second one here, but it's going to fall into no man's land. It was in the air for a very long time. Fortunately, no cover inside the circle. So splits the gap between Adil and Anshuman. Just a single, still swinging hard. Sonny, of course, he's 32 off 32, but he's been out there for all the 14.1 overs. Hot work. Hard work. Azaz comes down, goes thwack, but straight to Sahal. Well, he took that catch from Bubba. Takes 1. Good field placing. They've got deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on. And then Kinshid at that wideish long off, protecting the boundaries. Comes again and picks out Sahal. He's got some work to do to his left, but he's also extremely good in the outfield. Calls a catch. Good fielding from Nazakat. Even the cameraman thought that one was going to go for 4. It's a dot. It's been a couple of overs since the boundary for KCC Premier, and it was Bubba Hyatt who hit the last one. Again comes down. Should have been stumped, but Shivers dropped the ball. Well, there's a life for Azaz. See how costly that will be. Azaz missed it, and then Shiv missed it. It was too good for both of them. Azaz had given up. He knew he was out of his crease and thought he was walking back. Stays in his crease this time, and that will be the first boundary since Bubba, and it's a big one up on top of the umbrellas, saved by the netting. First maximum for Azaz Khan after getting a life after 15. KCC Premier are 148 for 2. Kinshit to bowl a third, very tidy. Second over, just the 4 runs. There's Sunny and Shiv. Have to put that away, forget about it, and move on. And Sunny goes bang, that's a maximum. Watch out, scorers and third umpire. It's gone straight into the tent. Third maximum for Sunny. And more runs coming this over off Kinshit Shah than in 1 ball than it did in 6. Sunny's maximum bringing up the 150 as well for KCC Premier, keeping him on target for a 200. And this time makes no mistake. He only cost another 6 runs as Shiv gets the stumping. Kinshit gets the breakthrough as Azaz Khan departs for 12. And the third wicket falls for KCC on 155. Well, no better way to get redemption than do exactly what you missed out on a few balls earlier. Zenden Verster, the new recruit for KCC this season, along with Farhad Hyatt, coming to the crease at number 5. Sunny still out there. Look at the sweat. He's drenched. He's hot. But he's still out there. 40 off 35. Sure he'll be okay with this weather. If not a little hot. He was head coach of one of the teams in the All-Stars junior version yesterday as well. His team was the undefeated one that went down in the final, in fact, the Hong Kong Islanders. Now, instead of coaching, he's out in the middle to do a job for KCC Premier in the Cricket Hong Kong China final of the Premier League T20. A little expensive to start this over, but the breakthrough is vital. Kinshit to bowl his 4th delivery of the over, and Zenden will get a single immediately out through square leg. A bit short of that one, but Sunny's picked out an in-ad. Good throw in, almost caught Sunny short, but he gets there. Looking down the batting list for KCC, they've got 2 options coming up depending on how these two do out in the middle. They could send Chris Carter out. He smashed a ridiculous 150 plus in an MCC match here not long ago. Oh, Zenden goes bang. Stand and deliver. 3 count corner, another one. That one's on top of the turf training nets and will take some recovering. No waiting around for Zenden. Smashes a maximum off his 2nd delivery, and while a wicket fell, still 15 runs coming from the 16th. 4 overs remain. KCC Premier 163 for 3. Nazakat Khan to continue from the pavilion end. Tough end, we always say, to bowl from at KCC. Usually given the job to the quicks, but Nazakat with his mix-up pace and leg spin. And it calls a catch. That's going to split the gap. It's just going to fall short as Kinshit runs around to his right. Saves 3 runs, though. Set it with Bubba as well. But for Sunny, the fatigue must be setting in. He's an incredibly fit man. At 30 degrees and 70-odd% humidity out in the middle. 16 overs he's been out there for his 41. And he got down to the non-striker Zenden Verster, who's shown us he can hit big. Cuts away hard, and he's going to beat Anshuman, who is at a backward point. and pick up another boundary. He moves into double figures just like that off 3 deliveries. This is nicely cut away. Had to pick the point, through point, to take Archman inside the circle out of the equation and Ninad Shah at cover in the deep. And he did both. Perfect timing, perfect placement, back live. Looks to do it again, goes fine through the slip cordon this time. Work to do for Danny Mapp, can't get there. Back-to-back 4s for Zenden. Scored off every delivery so far. Zenden Verster a single, 6, 4 and a 4. Race every delivery so far. Zenden Verster a single, 6, 4 and a 4. Races to 15. And this one's aerial and it's got enough on it as well. It's going to be second maximum. Picking that shortish boundary through extra cover. And the runs pouring for KCC Premier. Just going to talk about the options for batting. I was talking about Carter and his 150 off less than 100 balls for the MCC, but they also got Wakas Bakat, who's come out in every format this season, even when the team in dire straits could come out and smash big runs late in the innings. So sitting pretty at the moment, KCC Premier. They're going to put on a big total here for HKCC with their big batting lineup, of course. The man with the ball in hand, Nazakat Khan, Anjuman Raat. They can both go very big. Sahal, the Kinchit brothers. And plenty of batting to try to chase this one down, but it's going to be a big total already. It's higher than what Kinchit wanted to try to chase down. Said 160 to 170 at the toss. And Nazakat's got another one as he cleans up Sonny B. He's out for 42. The 4th wicket falls to KCC Premier on 179. A fine innings from Bimsaria comes to an end, and we're talking whether they'd use Carter or the pinch hitter Wakas Bakat, and it is Wakas who will come to the crease to join Zenden Verster. 3 overs remain. The pinch hitter goes out to the middle. The head coach of KCC, as Sonny gets a big round of applause for his 17-over innings. And 120 plus run partnership with Bubba Hyatt as well. Fabulous knock opening the batting. Anjuman Raat to bowl the 18th over, 3 overs, none for 29 so far. Still got that 1 over up their sleeves from Adil. He'd bowled Nazakat again. The way he's bowling, he's got 2 for. This will be the end of Raat's 4 over spell though. Kinchit to Verster, uses the wrists and tries to take that long off out of place. Does so straight through to the scoreboard. Another boundary to Zenden Verster. He's already up to 26 off just 7 deliveries. Just sheer power as he waited on that one. Looked like he was just going to block it and then wound up with the wrists. They're now trying to cover with an extra cover and a wideish long off in that hole. So he goes on the leg side, tries to go through cow corner. Should get cut off by Ninad and does. Now Wakas finds his first delivery with 2.4 overs remaining in the innings. A lot of the times this season he's had to go out there and save KCC. He's not in that position today. 184 on the board already, 200 plus easily on the cards. What does the head coach of Kowloon Cricket Club do against Archiment? Got that one to kick, but Shiv had to take it shoulder high. Starts with a good one. Because, of course, he'll also be watching on, because he'll be bowling from this end as well, for sure. No Dan Pascoe in the side for KCC. So Wakas will have to do the heavy lifting for the slower bowlers. Waits on it. Danny Mapp at backward point. Don't often see him there. Luke Jones is out at long on instead, so Danny gets the point duties. And goes aerial up over the top of Ninad's head. And he might be donated that one to the people up there on the swimming pool pavilion watching on and enjoying some light refreshments. That one went high and big. Wakas gets his first runs with a big mid-wicket maximum. Adil Mahmood to bowl the penultimate over. Zenden swinging hard, gets it backward a square, and he's got enough on that one to go down for 4. Adil, who's been nice and cheap in his first 3 overs, 1 for 13, goes for a boundary in his first delivery of his final over. There's Wakas, I should say, swinging hard, bat on ball, gets enough on it. So Wakas into double figures now as well. 16-run partnership with 11 deliveries remaining. Mohsin Khan's being pushed back down to the scoreboard. Backward of square on the 45. Deep in his crease, through the Atco zone. That's big, up onto the driveway. Have to check the ball after that one because it's going to need some inspection because it's smashed into the concrete driveway. So deep in his crease. This is what he does in the death overs. Picks it up outside off. Jaya on camera thought it was going to the boundary cafe, but it went further around that driveway where the players walk down to come into KCC. Just a lofted up in the air over the top of Sahal's head. That's taunting him. It only went a metre or 2 back behind the ropes. Just perfect timing and placement. Back-to-back maximums for Wakas. He's raced up to 23. He's in a race with Zenden Verster. 27 off 8 for Verster. 23 off 7 for Wakas. 200 up with those two maximums as well. 207 in the books. 9 deliveries left. 230 on the cards. Surely here for KCC Premier. Shuffling around. He's only about 20 centimetres away from the stumps. He's so deep. Swings hard. Happy with one. There's coverage out at Cal Corner. Verster, he swings hard, beats it diving. Kinshit Shah finds the boundary again. And this is just ruining Adil Mahmood's figures. He had 1 for 13, now he's got 1 for 34. Also deep in the crease, giving himself plenty of room to dig out that Yorker length delivery from Adil. Shuffles back, swats hard, goes straight over the bowler's head for 4. Straight into the side screens, massive over. 25 runs coming from the penultimate KCC Premier, 216 for 4. Well, no Mohsin Khan back into the attack. It's going to be Nazakat Khan to bowl the death over from the bowling club end. Very interesting. Mohsin Khan was expensive early, but Bubba Hyatt was in bowling 4, but no worse than everyone else, to be honest. And he's noted wicket taker. Decided not to use him after his opening 2 overs. Nazakat will bowl a full 4. As you can see, Wakas back in his crease and gives that one the heave through forward square for a maximum. I said 230 on the cards. 240 might be a chance. Surely 250 is too far from here, but the way Wakas is doing his pinch hitting work, anything's possible. Picked it up off middle and leg and up over the top of the cameraman's head. Got the ball back now. 5 balls left. 222 on the board. All the 2s for KCC Premier in this Cricket Hong Kong China Premier League T20 final. Goes again. Doesn't get all of this one, and Ninad will come around. Trying to pick the gap between Sahal and Ninad, but just didn't get enough power on it. Zenden Verster, who's up to 35. These two racing. How much is this partnership? Another maximum will bring up a 50-run partnership between these two. They've only been together for 14 deliveries. Oh, good Yorker length from Nazakat. Not much Zenden could do with that one. Dug it out, crunched it straight back. Dot ball. Great death over bowling there. 3 balls left. 223 on the board. What a rare extra. Great piece of keeping there from Shiv. Really was saving 4 runs on top of the wide. Needs to re-bowl though. 3 balls left. Goes aerial. There's someone in the deep waiting for that one. I can't quite get it. And it's parried over for 6. Trying to move around. I think it's young Veer Matha out there moving to his left. Come off the hand as he's trying to grasp it, and that is the 50-run partnership up. 51 off 16 deliveries. Let's see, got a hand to it, but only just. Too powerful. Back live. Drops it in short, gets the treatment. Another one donated up to the top tier of the swimming pool pavilion. Watch out, VIPs. Hope you've got your catching hands ready. Zenden Verster, the 50-run partnership came up the previous 6. This 6 has pushed Verster to 47. One ball left to bring up his half century. 236. Massive score for KCC Premier. Here we go, final delivery. Nazakit. Zenden winds up, goes straight, goes big, brings up his half century with a maximum over the top of Luke Jones's head. And that ends a massive innings here from KCC Premier. Winning the toss, electing to have a bat, and bat they have. 2 half centuries in the books with Verster, a 53 not out off 14. Bubba Hyatt with a 98 will run through the batting and bowling cards as we go into the innings break. Watch the replay as Zenden and Wakas walk off a 63-run partnership. Here's the batting card for KCC Premier. And that early wicket had HKCC in the game. Mo Khan out for a duck. But then Bubba Hyatt came to the crease and went bang, bang, bang. 98 of 46 deliveries. And then late, Zenden Verster and Wakas Bucket combining for a 63-run partnership. A half century for Zenden himself. Not many wickets, lots of runs for the HKCC Men's Premier bowling outfit. A double for Nazakit Khan. Still went at 14s, 2 for 56 off 4. That early wicket for Adil Mahmood, but expensive in his 4th. And 1 for 28 for Kinshit Sharp. So we're in the innings break here of the Cricket Hong Kong China Premier League T20 final. And after we come back from the break, Hong Kong Cricket Club will require 243 runs for victory. Join us then. Innings break almost done here at Kowloon Cricket Club for the Cricket Hong Kong China Premier League T20 Series Final. Aaron Bush with you for this exciting run chase. You can see the massive score by KCC on the screen. 242. Zenden Verster with a 53 not out. Bubba Hyatt with a 98. A 63-run partnership between Wakas Bucket and Zenden Verster, getting that total into the 240s. It's going to be a big job for the two batters heading out to the middle for HKCC, Shiv Matta and Anshuman Rath. Stand-in captain Jay Davidson and Atiq Iqbal likely to open the bowling. KCC looking to defend 242. And HKCC can somehow find 243 plus. It's going to be a massive 20 overs of cricket coming up here live from Kowloon Cricket Club. Umpires are out in the middle, the players are ready. Wakas and Ansh having a little chat. And Shiv takes strike. Tommy Heisinger with the gloves on for KCC today. And it will be the Namibian Nightmare, the stand-in captain for KCC Premier today, Jay Davidson, taking ball in hand from the pavilion end. In 20 overs or so from here, we're going to do the post-game presentation as well. We'll chat with the player of the match and present the 2025 Cricket Hong Kong China Premier League T20 Series Final champions. Will it be KCC or Hong Kong Cricket Club? You can jump into the YouTube chat. So tell us who you think is going to win this one. A big batting lineup for HKCC, but an equally formidable bowling lineup for Kowloon Cricket Club. Jay Davidson right back on his mark, ready to get this run chase underway. KCC went 242. 243 required. Shiv on strike. We'll find a quick single through a wide-ish mid-on. Zaz Khan does the fielding. First runs off the bat for HKCC. Now Anshuman Rath has to go big today, like Bubba did. They don't have Martin Coetzee in the side today. They do have the Shah brothers as well. So plenty of batting. Nazakit Khan likely to come in number 3. But a big opening partnership will help things along for HKCC. Now overstep from Jay. First extra in the books and a free hit coming up. A nice way for Anshuman to get his runs underway. No danger of being dismissed. Saw a couple of no balls in that first innings. Danny Mapp hitting the stumps, bowling 2 wicket to wicket. And Jay with the big strides, overstepping early on. Oh, he swings hard, but gets nothing on it, and Shiv came a long way down. Pick up and twirl by the half-century maker Zenden Verster. Keeps him honest and gets him back, and they get away with the free hit with a dot. And drops it too short and goes all the way. Flat bat 6 to start with for Anshuman. Faced a couple, and that one he's deposited through mid-wicket for a big 6, flat back 6. Slightly shorter boundary for the left-hander that way, and he's just picked that one up and dropped it over the ropes for 6. Oh, just over the top of Zenden Verster. Work to do for Sonny, who can't get there. Another boundary. The runs flowed for KCC, and now they're flowing for HKCC in the first innings. It is a good batting track, and some very good Hong Kong batters on display today. Anshuman already up into double figures. adjustment in the field. Zenden's gone back at mid-wicket now. So he goes straight over the top of his head of Jay and picks up another maximum, 646. HKCC starting big. 18 off the over already, still a delivery remaining. Finally the ball's been recovered by Mo Khan. And gets that one onto the inside edge, onto the thigh pad, and rolls out for a single. So 19 from the first. HKCC needing another 224 in the final 19 at 11.79. Should be Atiq Iqbal to take the cap off for over number 2 from the bowling club end, and is. That's his end. That's where he bowls from. He will perhaps switch down to the pavilion end after his first spell. Him and Jay always have their ends to start with. And he would have been watching on to see Davidson go for big runs on the first over. Longer boundary, of course, for the bowling club end. They do have a long off in place, one of the two outside the circle, plus it'll be a long on for Ange and a deep mid wicket out in the ATCO zone. So it's Atiq Iqbal to his Hong Kong China teammate Anshuman Rath. Drive straight and hard work to do for Fahad Hyatt, having to come all the way around from long on in front of the side screen. Does so. Does very well to keep that to 1. Now for Shiv. Fahad will come inside the circle and Bubba will stay out at long on for the right-hander. Sonny Bimsaria will head out to deep mid-wicket, the two outside the circle. He swatted that one beautifully through point. Almost cleaned up umpire John Prakash. No one out there on the offside, and Shiv picks up his first boundary. Swings hard again, work for Bubba. Not too much work as he just trots on across, picks it up. Shiv inspects the bat as it didn't quite come out of the middle that time. Runs continuing to flow. Been a run off every delivery apart from that no ball free hit delivery. Cut to backward point, straight to Wakas, not going to run on that arm. Behind the feather, Mo Khan will pick it up inside the circle. No deep third in place. Another run in the books after that dot. Dots will be valuable today with such a big score. Keeping on track here, HKCC. And that's got through everything. I think it might be buys. It is valuable. Another boundary to finish off the over. They're going at 15s here, HKCC. They're 30 for none after 2. Davidson to continue from the pavilion end. 19 off his first with the man that took them all, Anchaman on strike, and goes big again. Another flat back 6. Watch out those sitting on the park bench. Might be in a catching zone shortly. Anchaman at a strike rate at 250, up to his quarter century mark already. Get about the park bench. Our ground effects. Mike is in danger as well as a bit of cloud comes over. And a big miss hit from Ange. Can't get through the gate though. Takes an easy single this time to Mo Khan at mid-on. Rotate the strike back to Shiv. 6 off 4, going quite nicely as well with that flat bat 0.4 previous over on fatigue. Deep square leg and cow corner in place for Shiv. The 2 outside the circle. He goes straight back over again, up over mid-off this time. That's a big 6. I think it's caught the tree just so it didn't go onto Jordan Path. First maximum for Shiv. He moves into double figures as well. Racing away. Even with Barber's big hitting coming in that first over. HKCC are miles in front on the comparison at the moment. Skied in the air, Carter out in the deep. It's going to go over his head though, and that's going to be back-to-back 6s. Third maximum of the over. Davidson's gone for 19 again with a ball remaining. Carter thought he was in with a chance there. Boundary needed to be about 5 metres back. Shiv Mata knows it isn't, and picked that one up nicely into the training nets on the full. Almost at the half-century mark, inside 3 overs. Final delivery of the third. And they will take a single to bring up the 50. And Shiv will retain strike. Massive over, 20 runs coming from the third. HKCC 50 for none, needing another 193 from here in 17 at a run rate of 11.35. In comparison, KCC with 21 for 1 after 3. That's how far ahead HKCC are in this run chase so far. $11 off a Teague's first over, but just 7 off the bat and 4 buys. Tough work for Tommy Heisinger. Keeping today in the final. He's up to the stumps for a Teague Iqbal. While the Teague isn't express pace, he's still quick enough. It's a tough job to be up to the stumps, trying to keep Shiv in his crease. And it is a Teague to Mata. Gets the Yorker. Starts with the dot. Again, onto the pads. It's got to be close. No, not close. Because there was a little bit of glove involved. That's what saved Shiv there. Anchaman back on strike. Shiv already up to 20 now. It's actually going almost at a quicker pace than Archman. And another good delivery from Atik. He's getting warmed up now, Iqbal. No mid-on in place, and Atik's going to have to do this fielding himself. No, Carter will come in all the way from the boundary to keep it to 1. And just the over that KCC needed after the blistering start. Atik can finish this one off. Now, top of the bat, Sonny Binsaria getting underneath it. Takes the catch and the first wicket falls. Shiv Mather out for 20. Atik Iqbal strikes. Hong Kong Cricket Club 52 for 1. Safe pair of hands. It's always in the deep. Sonny Binsaria. As Nazakat Khan walks to the crease. Good catch from... He spent a long time, 17 overs or so out there in the middle. But it's their teammate in the bowling stocks, Atik Iqbal, that strikes with a ball left. What an over this has been. They were 50 after 3, 50 for none. Now they're 52 for 1 with 1 ball left. Just the 2 singles coming so far. But it was a miss hit from Shiv. Ball got onto him too quick and got it too high on the bat. And still made it 90% of the way to the boundary. Sonny coming around from deep mid-wicket. Got himself set nice and early. Just let it fall into the red basket. So Nazakat will face the final delivery of the 4th. Deep mid-wicket. Got himself set nice and early. Just let it fall into the red basket. So Nazakat will face the final delivery of the 4th. It's a deep mid-wicket, but it's no longer Sonny Binsaria. He's at square leg for Nazakat. Bubba moves around to long on. Swinging hard, but straight to Wakas at point. What an over that was from Atik Iqbal. 2 singles and a wicket falling in the 4th. HKCC 52 for 1, needing another 191 at 11.94. Still miles ahead on the comparison though after 4 overs. KCC 35 for 1. This was about when Bubba started to accelerate. You can see there a little bump, and then it took off for Bubba Hyatt, putting on 242 in the end. Still ahead on comparison. Same amount of wickets down. KCC only losing the 4 wickets. Azaz Khan to take over from Jay Davidson, similar to what HKCC did. 2 opening bowlers bowling 2 overs only. No Dash Vora in the side, out injured. So Azaz and Atik, Jay, the quicks. And they got Wakas, who will bowl for sure. Pulled away, no one back there. Backward to square, 4 runs to start with. Azaz drops it onto the leg side. Easy pickings for Archman Rath as he moves into the 30s with his 5th boundary.
Come on, lads, get some noise here!
Nazarkat facing his first delivery from Azaz. Can't beat the infield. Straight to Verster. Sitting at extra cover. Sonny B at cover. Waika's a backward point. Teak inside the circle at third. Same for Farhad Hyatt on the leg side. Deep square leg. Cow corner continuing. So Bubba's doing some yards. After scoring 98, he's going from long on at the bowling club end over to cow corner below the Boundary Cafe each over. And that's going to go for 4 as well. See if it come off the glove or the hip. It's off the hip. Another 4 leg buys to go with the 4 buys. Hard for Heisinger to get to that one as it just clipped off the hip. Keeps the runs ticking over into the 60s now already. The Bubba show is kicking in the comparison. So it's getting tighter as we get towards the end of the power play. Oh, massive edge as it flies through. Oh, first, second slip for another 4. Fleeky way to get off the mark. Similar to Bubba, in fact. He'll take it though, Nazarkat can't. Swing the bat hard off the pace of Azaz Khan. No slip in place, and that's what can happen. More runs.
Come on, Azaz! Come on, Azaz!
Charge, calls a catch, but that's just going to float on and past over the top of Mo Khan's head for a maximum. Massive over again, 19 coming from it. 14 off the bat, 5 extras after 5. HKCC 71 for 1, needing another 172 at 11.47. See on the replay. Plenty of bottom hand, but nice short boundary. Attacked it beautifully. Made it well over the top of mid-off. Farhad Hyatt to bowl the final over of the power play, taking over from Atiq Iqbal. This is the end that is working for KCC so far. It's just been punishing from the pavilion end. Atiq getting a wicket in the previous over from this end. Now Farhad Hyatt, the new recruit coming across from USRC, joining KCC Premier this year. He's had a fabulous season both with bat and ball. Can be a little expensive early until he gets up to speed. No time today though. These two out in the middle. Already up to a 19-run partnership after the 52-run opening partnership. As the clouds are gathering as well. Weather can stay away, thank you. We want a proper Premier League T20 final as Farhad comes into Archman over the wicket and starts with a good one. Dotted back. Getting that little bit of skid on that Farhad does. Bowler of a heavy ball, according to Chris Carter. Makes it harder to just try to heave it over. Sometimes it gets onto you too quick as well. You can get a skiddy one. And they're getting through the defences, pitching outside the line of leg. Jay Davidson having a shy, making Bubba do some work backing up. Extras are plenty so far in this 72. Leg buys and no balls and 1 or 2 wides, not too many. No wides so far, in fact. 1 no ball, 6 leg buys, 4 buys, 11 extras. Currently the 3rd highest scorer for HKCC. Farhad with 4 balls left of the power play. Wants Zendon Verster and a mid-wicket towards cow corner position to go with Bubba at long on, which is where that one's going. Is it going to carry to Bubba? Yes, it is! What a catch! Diving forward, massive wicket. That's the end of Nazarkat Khan for 10. HKCC lose their second on 72. Bubba Hyatt can do no wrong today. What a catch this is. Watch on the replay. He had to come a long way in, get down, make sure he kept his hands underneath it as well. Did all of that. And Nazaka departs. That's going to bring the cheat code for HKCC, Sahal Malvinkar, to the crease at number 4. Sahal and 4, and they've got the Kinshit and Ninad Shah brothers yet to bat as well. So plenty of batting to come, but 2 wickets down. The comparison after 5.3, KCC was 70 for 1. It's tightening up. Perhaps Hafiz at the end of this over will pull the worm up again for the power play worm, see where the teams are at, but they should be pretty much identical. Those clouds are getting a lot darker as well. Over to behind the pavilion. Hopefully they're going away, not coming in. Farhad Hayat, he gets a wicket to go with the Tariq Iqbal, doing the job from the bowling club end for KCC.
One more, yeah, lads, come on.
Oh, too quick. And that one has got Sahal below the waist, we shall say politely. And that one is going to cause a few deep breaths. First delivery. And it's an owie. He's got an ouchie. It's going to take a little while here to walk that one off. He's a tough cricketer, but that one will hurt the toughest. Not sure what Sahal's going to do here. He's in a world of pain. It looks like he's going to try to battle on. He will continue and starts confident drive through extra cover, but can't beat Verster.
Finish off strong, Fahad.
What an over from Farhad Hayat to roll out the power play. HKCC 72 for 2. The same time KCC was 71 for 1.
And then the right here is when you go in. So yeah, that's be good then.
Azaz Khan to continue. Bowl another one from the pavilion end. Went for 19 off his previous one. There were 4 leg byes and a leg by. Yeah, 5 leg byes. Here we go. Azaz Khan. Archman swinging hard, and as it shapes away across the body, picks up another dot. Farhad Hyatt with that wicket maiden to finish off the power play. What an effort that was. Another big swing and a miss. Archman Rutt's only either going to find the boundary or find the edge here. Good start from Azaz in his second over. That's up and over the top of Bubba though. It's going to go for 4. Breaks a couple of dots. This time didn't get it out of the middle again, but managed to get plenty of bat on it. And picks up what is his 6th boundary. 3 4s to go with 3 maximums. The battle continues. Azaz comes in again. Might have pushed that one too far wide. Yes, he did. Only just pushing it across the body a little bit too far. Swings hard out to Sunny B. Easy, easy, everyone says. Just let him have the single. Bring the walking wounded Sahal Malvinkar back on strike to face the final delivery of the 7th. It's moving okay now, Sahal, but still looking to get off the mark. And full start from Azaz.
Next one, Azaz. Keep talking your leg.
And Sunny Bimsaria down on the boundary, next to the ground effects microphone, cheering his team on. Plenty of talk, still in the field for KCC. They can feel that they're a good, very good chance to pick up the trophy ware today. 242 is a big score even at KCC. So far, HKCC staying on track, but losing a couple of wickets. Flat bat, swat, but straight to Mo Khan, waiting out on a wide east long off, finish off the over. 7 runs coming from the 7th. HKCC 79 for 2. Just a replay of that final swat from Sahal. Farhad Hyatt coming off the back of his wicket maiden. Just one leg by. Fahad. Well, this is going to be first runs off the bat off his bowling. It's been crunched through extra cover. Carter can't cut that one off. 4 runs. Nice way for Sahal Malvinkar to bring up his first boundary. Keeping along the ground, picking the gap between Verster. Is that rain? There is sunshine and rain here at Kowloon Cricket Club. It's not heavy rain, but I can see it. It's enough that my old eyes can pick it up. What a funky old day it is. I said there was some dark clouds around, but there was also sunshine. Oh, that's a beautiful stroke. Gets down and goes the flick, the scoop for a maximum. Runs flowing this over from Farhad. Anshuman Rutt moves into the 40s with his 4th maximum. This was cheeky. And the rain's getting a little heavier while the sun comes out again. Look at that, he's picked that one off middle stump. No respect to Farhad Hyatt. Anshuman Rutt this says, I'm taking that one for another maximum. Goes the fuller length, hit hard by Anshuman, but only as far as Bubba down near the scoreboard. Just a light drizzle, a mist, you would say. Nothing to stop the game yet. And those dark patches I saw earlier have dissipated. So, should be okay. Obviously dissipated, you can see it's bright sunshine and rain. Can't pick up the rain on the cameras, unfortunately. Well, fortunately. If you could, it would be too heavy to play. Charge down to pitch from Sahal. He's got made work to do for Bubba, who will get there. Picks up, throws. Brilliant piece of fielding. He's having quite the day. As Hafiz said earlier, he's in a mood today. And that's a mood to win the Premier League T20 final. Going to be a little bit more slippery out in the deep with these two hitting really hard as well. Quite easily could slip on through the hands and need to get the body behind. The drizzle hasn't abated yet. Oh, good Yorker length. How did that not find the off stump? Farhad Hyatt doesn't know. In the end, it's a 13-run over, 8 done. HKCC 92 for 2. They need another 151 at 12.58. Interesting. Looks like Atiq Iqbal is going to switch ends and bowl a 3rd over. 2 overs, 1 for 9, I should say. Odd, I didn't think Azaz's 2nd over was too bad, to be honest. Just the 7 runs coming from it, considering how many runs have come from the pavilion end. It looks like Jay Davidson wants another wicket, and he's brought his premier bowler, Atiq Iqbal, on as the rain continues. And Sahal swats it. Davidson gets the body behind with a slippery ball. Just annoying rain. It's not heavy rain. It's not light enough for me not to be able to see it, but not forming puddles on the tents or anything. It just is.
Ready.
Isinger standing back for Atiq from this end. Another charge and a swat, but that one's straight enough to beat both players at long on and long off. Keeps it straight, gets the boundary, keeps the runs, pushing up towards the century mark for HKCC. This is one benefit. It's cooled everything down out there. It shouldn't be as hot with a little bit of drizzle on the body. When it stops and the sun comes out again, it'll be very, very sticky. But again, he's found the boundary, picked the gap this time between mid-wicket and long on. And the 100 up and the 50 up for Anshuman as well. 51 off 28 deliveries. Here it is. Brings up the century and the half century at the same time. That shot down on one knee. He loves to play so much. Just what HKCC needed today. As Atik comes in again. Another charge. This one is going to be wide of Azaz. It's going to be a third four. Nobody seems to be able to bowl from the pavilion end for KCC so far. Even Atik Iqbal is getting taken by Anshuman Rath here. We've got a game on our hands, people. Run rate currently 12.12. Run rate required 12.18. That's it. Heisinger said, I've got to come up to the stumps and keep Anshuman planted. He does stay planted, puts it in the air, beats Zenden Burster for another 6. 111 for 2. Moves into the 60s now. Right. Doesn't matter where Atik bowls it. Anshuman can find a place to put it. Another over already gone for 19 from the pavilion end. Oh, and a big swing and a miss and chopped down. Well, that did not go onto the stumps, I'm not sure. It didn't, though. He gets the single. 20 runs coming from the 9th. We're an over away from the drinks break here with HKCC 112 for 2. And then another 131 at 11.91. Let's have a look at the worm after 9. And there you go, the red line still staying well ahead. At the same time, KCC were 92 for 1. And on the back of Anshuman Rath, that red line, the worm, he wants to get out of the rain, raise the head towards the sunshine. And a change in bowling. Wakas Bakat to bowl the final over before drinks. We talked about it in the first innings. And the over in and the over out can tend to generate a wicket.
Let's go, Lucky Boy!
Can Wakas Bakat, the pinch hitter and the pinch bowler, basically has to do everything at times for KCC. Now he needs to get in there and find a way to dismiss Anshuman Rath, who's on fire. 62 off 31. Strike rate of exactly 200. Goes the reverse. Got to be close. Yes, that's right on the middle stump. And he strikes immediately. Wakas Bakat gets the breakthrough. Anshuman Rath departs. Third wicket falls on 112. Rath out for 62. Wasn't hard for umpire Venkatesh, even around the wicket. That was going to smash into middle stump. And Anshuman departs. And they're going to take the drinks break here, with the game very evenly poised. HKCC ahead on runs, but behind on wickets lost. Quick drinks break. We'll be back with all the final exciting action of the Cricket Hong Kong China Premier League T20 Series Final here from Kowloon Cricket Club.
boy!
Drinks break done. Wakas to continue. Kinshit Shah out to the middle.
Good, Zende.
Punches to Zenden at point.
Got him up here, ball up!
That's a massive wicket by Wakas Bakat. Anshuman Rath could have single-handedly won this game the way he was hitting the ball. Somehow squirts out to cover point. Finds first runs off the bat. Now it's up to Kinshit and Sahal. The two noted big hitters for the Nizakat Khan and Anshuman Rath now back in the dugout. Tries for the leading edge, but can't pick a gap between the short third and backward point. Almost a fly gully there for Farhad Hyatt, just floating inside the circle. Goes the drive, and can't beat Davidson. Nice piece of fielding, but can find the single, pushing it wide of him at extra cover. Everyone has to change positions for the left-handed Kinshit Shah. Got rid of Anshuman, send in another left-hander just to frustrate the field. Hit straight to Davidson, catch taken, that's the end of the captain. He's out cheaply, out for one, the fourth wicket falls. Wakas has got two in and over as we hit the halfway mark. HKCC, and then Davidson straight as they change sides. He was on the extra cover position for the right-hander, then he moves to this position here and flicks in straight into the hands. And Kinshit departs. See if we can get the replay here from the roaming camera. Wakas in the air and straight to Davidson. Kinshit goes, Ninad comes in at number 6. As KCC fight back, 10 overs done. 114 for 4, comparison 107 for 1, KCC. So the Hong Kong Cricket Club are ahead on runs, but now 3 wickets away. Remember, KCC only lost 4 in total. Jay Davidson wants a crack at this mid-batters for HKCC after being expensive. None for 39 off his first 2. With Anshuman Rath gone, Shiv Matha gone, Kinshit Shah gone. And wants to have a bowl to Sahal and Ninad. And swatted hard. Got good work from Azaz. And gets a round of applause. You can hear the swimming pool pavilion above us. Applauding for that one as well.
Jay.
One left-hander departs, another one enters. As Ninad comes to the crease. Goes up in the air, hasn't got enough on it. Azaz Khan getting backwards. Oh, it's just gone over the rope. He did have enough on it. Short boundary. Wasn't far away. Azaz Khan running back and found that the rope was going to stop him. He almost thought about flicking it back in, but that was too far as well. You can see here how close it was. Awfully close, but he gets the maximum. Ninad starts strong. Time. It'll be a dot. You can see right now 10.3 overs. HKCC are exactly half the score of KCC. 121 for 4. They need another 122 for victory. 121 and we go to super over. And talk to Kinshit Shah about that in the toss. It's not something they particularly want to go do again after last week. Rather just win it outright. We'll chop down on it late. Pops up in the air and Wakas picks up at point. Again, swinging hard. 2 converging. Mo Khan will get there first to make sure it's just 1. 8 off the over is nice, but it's not enough, and the run rate required pushing up over 13 currently. New partnerships, new batters looking to get the runs. Sahal not going at a runner ball at the moment. We know he can once he gets set. Hard to remove.
Lovely, lovely.
A good delivery. Can only find a single onto the leg side to finish off the over. It'll be 9 coming from the 11th. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. HKCC, they need another 120 now in 9. Double wicket over to start with for Wakas. 2 from 2 off 1. It'll be another single only out into the deep. Wakas will like this bowling to the left-hander. Wakas getting both left-handers last over. Wandered down the pitch. A little risky. Lucky it came onto the pads as well. So 1 missed stumping chance. Cost HKCC 6 runs. None yet so far for KCC. Dragged that one a little bit too wide. Good glove work from Heisinger. That's going to be out. Sure is. Huge mix-up. Sahal says, what were you doing then, Ad? But he's got to go. Malvin Carr, the cheat code, out for 12. The 5th wicket falls on 126. Massive, massive wicket. Massive mix-up. Bit of turn or confusion on the bat. Under the forearm, perhaps, of Sahal, but Ninad was coming. Left Sahal stranded. Wakas finishes it off. Good work from the gloveman, Tommy Heisinger, as well as Luke Jones makes his way out. Pretty much the last of the recognised batters for HKCC at number 7. Luke Jones joining Ninad Shah. There's the throw. Look at that. Perfect work from Tommy Heisinger and perfect work from our cameraman, Jaya. needing to make up for that mix-up. Finds a run out. The deep Luke Jones will now take strike. The seemingly endless string of left-hand bats for HKCC, as they always have. He didn't get a wicket in his wicket column, but he still managed to generate another wicket bowling to the left-handers and right-handers. Waka's bucket. So we'll be bowling to Luke Jones. Goes full. Soft hands from Luke, but it can only be a single. Singles are the friend of KCC as the run rate required pushes up. Now, before the end of this over, it's at 14.08. Can Ninad find a boundary and drop it back below 14? You can only find a single in a vacant leg side as they make sure they protect the boundaries. So it'll be another over with a wicket falling for HKCC. 6 runs coming from it as well after 12. They're 129 for 5. They need another 114 in 8 at 14.25. And the comparison has now switched in KCC's favour. They were 130 for 1 at this point. The green line goes back ahead by 1 run. Can these two in the middle, Ninad Shah and Luke Jones, guide the ship home for HKCC and pick up yet another championship trophy for 2024-25. They've won pretty much everything. Can KCC spoil the party here and go undefeated throughout the tournament? Jay Davidson to bowl out now. 3 overs, none for 48. He's got Ninad Shah on strike. Swinging hard. Azaz Khan will cut it off and away it is long on. Every single just puts more run rate required pressure on. It's getting dark again. Have a look at the after 12 overs. HKCC needed to be 151 on DLS. That's big. That's necessary. Needed. Up over the top of the side screen from Luke Jones. It's what he can do. Keeping them in touch at least with DLS. They need to get up over 150 in a hurry and lose no more wickets. But the weather should hold. I'm just giving you the what could happen. Oh, and that one gets straight through. Somehow misses everything. Isinger manages to stop it. Whips that around the corner. Work to do for Mo Khan. Puts the slide in and does it all himself. We'll get back for 2. Came a long way around there, Mo Khan. Gets a little 5 from Sonny B. Down, pops that one up into the members area through the offside cow corner for a 6. So another big over. Davidson not had a good day with ball in hand. He's gone for 63 already and he's got 1 ball left of his 4 over spell. Luke Jones up to 15 off 5, strike rate of 300. Perfect start for HKCC for the number 7. So gets an inside edge. Mimsaria will pick up. They'll still get 3 for 1, so it'll be 16 off the over. 13 done. HKCC 145 for 5. They require another 98 in 7 at 14 runs per over exactly. Wakas to continue, going the sweep. There's 2 covering there, gets through Mo. Sonny does the clean-up work, only a single. It's a bit of a win for KCC there, getting Luke Jones off strike. He's hitting it sublimely, 17 off 7. Ninad Shah, 10 off 8. Needs to start going as well with 14 runs per over required. And we'll start right now as it goes right over the top of Carter's head, over the top of the training net, through the ATCO zone for 6. Picked that one up beautifully. Moves into double figures as well. No way that HKCC are out of this game as they bring up the 150. 91 more required back live as he flicks that off the hip. And they'll quickly get through for a single. Farhad can't pick that one up in time. Jones back on strike. Soft hands again at the moment. Singles again. Help out KCC, but they've already got the maximum this over. That's what's important. 2 balls left. Can they find the boundary again? Oh, it's straight up in the air. It should be taken. Davidson getting underneath it. That's the end of Ninad Shah. Another massive wicket for Wakas Bucket. He's got 3. The 6th falls on 154 for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Ninad Shah out for 17. Davidson in the action again. Didn't have much luck with ball in hand, but takes another great catch. That's the end of Ninad Shah. As Adil Mahmood comes out to the crease at number 8. He can do some damage, Adil. Certainly no bunny with the bat. That's why he's been pushed up ahead of others. We've still got Mohsin Khan, Veer Mata and Danny Mapp, but Adil much more experienced. Those 3, you'd see Mohsin next, I'd expect. The 2 youngsters coming in at 10 and 11. The runs are there for HKCC, but the wickets down makes it troubling. They've only got 4 wickets in hand. They've got 6.1 overs to try to find 89 runs. Luke Jones out there as well. Still more than possible for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Wakas, 3 for 16 off 2.5. For the first time in a while, he gets to bowl to a right-hander. Wakas doing exactly what he does every game. Gets the runs, gets the wickets, keeps KCC in the match. Big Yorker length one, chopped down by Adil, dot ball. So it'll be 9 runs and a wicket coming from the 14th. HKCC 154 for 6, needing another 89 at 14.83 as Atiq Iqbal takes the cap off and will bowl out here. So KCC going for the kill. Not saving either of their opening bowlers for the final death overs. I'm going to use Atiq now and see if he can't generate yet another wicket. They can get the big wicket of Luke Jones, and KCC will think the game is pretty much theirs. But of course, even Atiq went for plenty off that 3rd over, bowling from the pavilion end. Slight switch in the field. Davidson goes back to extra cover. Zenden Verster goes to long off, right on the boundary, trying to stop anything smashed that way. Looks like Azaz Khan's being brought inside the circle at long off. And keeping Sunny Bimsaria at deep mid-wicket. Mid-on for Azaz Khan, I should say. He's inside the circle. They've got a deep cover as well. A deep backward point. And a deep third. So you can pretty much tell what Atik's going to try here. He failed on the first delivery. It's a wide, but he's going to try to push it across the body of Luke Jones, keep it out of the arc, and he likes to do that little guide thing, Jones. So they've got coverage all the way around from cover point through to a wideish deep third. And that's exactly where that one's going to go. It's quite fine, but Farhad can make it around from the scoreboard. Now the right-hander to Adil Mahmood. Everyone will have to change places.
Happy chill, happy chill. One more. Rukda. Atik.
Waqas having to come all the way from that backward point region on the offside for the left-handed. Now he's going to a floating fly gully inside the circle. Interesting. Oh no, it is. Atik's going to go around the wicket here.
Excellent, yaar Atik.
Chopped out. Just another single. It could be two. They're going to push hard. It's very good running. Short boundary. Two combining in the field, but they still made it through. Luke Jones incredibly fast.
Come on.
Between the wickets, and the big long legs of Adil Mahmood doing the same. He gets off the mark with a double. Gets a full toss, and he's going to get a maximum for that one. That's also what he can do. This around the wicket action from Atik opens this up if he strays onto the pads. Going over the wicket. And drops the pace off that one. And, oh, that cut back in, and how it missed that leg stump. Oh. Only the cricket gods could tell you, because that was awfully close. Already 10 runs off the over though. HKCC up to 164. Oh, it's skied in the air though. Atik should do a caught and bowled here if he can get underneath it. He does. That's the end of Adil Mahmood. Atik gets revenge for the maximum. The 7th wicket falls. Mahmood out for 8. Hong Kong Cricket Club 164 for 7. KCC celebrating with a 7th wicket now. Here's the replay, skied up in the air as Atik gets himself underneath it nicely. Says, it's all mine, don't worry, Tommy. I'll get this one done. Mohsin Khan comes to the crease at number 9. Atik, 1 ball left of his 4-over spell. He's got 2 now, 2 for 39. Here we go. Atik Iqbal, 1 ball left of his 4-over spell. Mohsin Khan out to the crease. Not sure I need to tell you, but yes, yet another left-hander for Hong Kong Cricket Club. He chops out. Oh, this is a bit nervy here. Davidson maybe go to the wrong end with Jones so quick between the wickets. Decided not to shy at the non-strikers end. It'll be a single to finish off. 11 runs and a wicket coming in the 15th. 5 overs remain, 3 wickets in hand. 78 runs required at 15.6. We didn't turn on the WASP projector for this game, so we don't have the little percentage at the bottom, but I think KCC about now would be quite ahead with the 7 wickets down. DLS certainly think so. Okay, Waqas Barker, 3 wickets in 3 overs, 1 over remaining for him. Starts with a dot. A normal game perhaps. It would just be wise to see off Waqas, but HKCC don't have enough deliveries remaining to just sit around and do nothing. One turned away too much for both Mosen and Tommy. And it is another dot. And make it 3 in a row.
Good boy, good boy.
That just continues to push the pressure. Every dot ball's pushing it towards 3 runs a ball required for HKCC. So just dabs it onto the offside just to rotate the strike. Finds the single. 2 balls left of his 4 over spell. It's been another masterclass from Waqas Barker. One of the reasons he's back in the Hong Kong China T20 side. And they can take those singles all day long. They need to find more. Yeah, they're going to see off Waqas here, and somebody else is going to have to take over. And it'll be 2 bowled out for KCC. Massive swing and a miss. Singer thought he got the stumping, but the back foot was down for Mohsin Khan. But what an over, just 2 singles coming from it. 16 done, 4 remain. HKCC 167 for 7, needing 76 at 19 per over. More than 3 a ball now for the Hong Kong Cricket Club. Azaz Khan gets over number 17. He's bowled 2 overs, none for 21. I was impressed with his second over. First over was expensive. The big hitting Luke Jones still going at a strike rate at 200 on strike. He needs to go at 300s now. And Azaz Khan coming in from the pavilion end. And he will start with a maximum. Smashed it. 4 stories up. Just what HKCC needs after that 2-run previous over. Start with a maximum. 26 off 11. Can't do much more than this. Luke Jones picks it up early. Straight back. Up over the top of long on for 6. And this time we go over long off instead. Not quite as high, but still pretty high. A tear up onto the offside. Back-to-back maximums. Luke Jones, final man standing here. But he can do it. We've seen him do it before, and he can do it again. He's just so powerful, so impressive. Comes in way down the order. Could bat much higher if the team wasn't stuck with so many batters, but a true all-rounder. Hasn't been able to bowl of late. He's in the team as a batter only. And doing that exactly, 32 off 12. Said he needs to get his strike rate up to 300. Well, he's trying his hardest. That's going to be 4 as well. Beats the infield. Strike rate was 200 at the start of the over. It's now 276.9. Run rate required now, under 3 runs a ball, as you'd expect when it's gone 6-6-4. and well ahead on the comparison again. KCC at this point were 172 for 3, but of course we have to factor in that Zenden Verster Wakas Bakat final partnership of not many balls for 63 runs. That's coming up in the comparison. It's going to be tight. 60 off 21 required. 6.64 for Luke Jones in the 17th. Goes aerial. This shouldn't carry the ropes. It should carry to Davidson in the field. And he's taken it. A falling catch. He's got his third catch. The captain getting the job done for KCC. Luke Jones departs for a cameo 36. The 8th wicket falls for HKCC on 183. Look at that for a catch. Davidson's done them all. 3 great catches. And Azaz finally gets revenge after going for 16 off his first 3 deliveries. Veer Matha comes to the crease at number 10. And that is probably the last man standing, departing, getting a round of applause, Luke Jones. 36 rapid fire. And he just couldn't clear the ropes a 4th time. Now, the 14-year-old, can he muster up something? I know for a fact he has no fear. At 14, he doesn't care if he's playing against Hong Kong China players like Azaz Khan. He can also hit a decent ball. But 60 off 20. Is it just too much now with 3.2 overs remaining? Here we go, Azaz Khan to Veer Matha. He starts hard in the air. It's going to go for 4. Didn't get all of it. Managed to find a gap though over the top of Mo Khan. So it's 20 run over already. More than what they required. Only 2 wickets in hand now. But don't forget, Atiq Iqbal, Wakas Bakat, both bowled out. Somebody else is going to have to come on from the bowling club end after this delivery. This is in the air as well. Mo Khan gets the, just drops short of him. Again, spooned up in the air, gets through for a single. 21 runs and a wicket coming from the 17th. HKCC, some would say lucky, 188 for 8. 2 wickets in hand, 55 runs required at 18.33. Farhad Hyatt is looking like he's going to bowl overs 18 and 20. 2 overs, 1 wicket made and 1 for 13. So if you can do the maths, means that 1 over went for none and the other over went for 13. If it goes for 13 or more, HKCC stay in this game. Another wicket maiden, and we can almost hand the trophy over to Kowloon Cricket Club. Veer Matha on strike, 5 off 2. Comes down the wicket. Oh, it's bumped in. It could be out here. I think he got there in the end. That was unfortunate. Veer's hit it straight into Mohsin Khan, but they'd already started running. Whether Farhad could have perhaps gone to the other end, Mohsin Khan had lots of ground to make. As it is, it's just a single. Again, a win for KCC. Mohsin Khan has been chewing up some dot balls, 2 off 6. Can't afford to do that from now on. It's up to him and Veer to find runs off every delivery. Jay Davidson moves back to deep mid-wicket. They've got a deep square leg, long on, long off. And he goes straight through him. Farhad gets a second. That's the end of Mohsin Khan. He departs for 2. 9 wickets down for HKCC. They've only got 1 wicket in hand. They're 189 for 9. Beautiful delivery to the left-hander here from Farhad Hyatt. Right onto that leg stump. And that'll bring young Danny Mapp to the crease. He's the last man to come out for HKCC. They still need 54 runs. Can the 2 youngsters combine? A combined age, I think, less than 30. If not, just a tick over 30. Certainly a combined age of a lot less than me, Veer Matha and Danny Mapp. The future of Hong Kong China cricket. along with Veer's brother Shiv. But it's a lot of responsibility for two young players here to try to find 54 runs for a 10th wicket partnership. Not impossible, very difficult with just 16 balls remaining. Don't forget, we're going to go post-game after this, talk to the player of the match and present the championship trophy for 2025. Stick around after the game for that. On the pads, drifting down the leg, was it? Going through for, oh, got a bit of bat on it. 4 runs to start with. Saving Daddy Map there. Our angle's quite askew to judge whether it's LBW or not. That helps. Now it's just half a century required by HKCC. .50 off 15. Oh, again, chopping down. Stayed a bit low there as well from Farhad with the Yorker length. Pulls the length back a bit and swatted out to Zenden Verster. One ball left of the 18th. HKCC is still ahead on comparison. At least in runs. Not in wickets down, unfortunately. So Farhad finish off the 18th here. Charge from Veer this time. It will be a single. He'll retain strike. It's another successful over for KCC Premier. 18 done, 2 remain. HKCC 195 for 9, needing 48 off the final 2 at obviously 24 runs per over. Azaz Khan to bowl the penultimate over, the final over from the pavilion end. Veer Mathur on strike. He swings hard. He's got enough on that one, surely. Yes, he does, as it goes up into the sun lawn. And a maximum to start with. Game is not dead. 42 required off 11 deliveries. I said he had no fear, and he shows it. Look at that. Bang. Take that, Azaz Khan. Back live. He goes again. It's going to be 4 runs as he goes through extra cover, taking a T-kick ball out of the action. Okay, 10 off the first 2. Certainly helps. The 200s come up. 38 off 10. It's a tick under 4 runs a ball required, but they're going at 5s at the moment. As Veer scoops that one out, back live. And that's going to help as well, because it's going to have to be re-bowled and a free hit coming up. Well, this is handy, a free hit, and it still means there's 10 deliveries remaining. You can see that's 3.7 runs per ball. And, oh, that's a good ball from Azaz, good comeback. That makes life tough. 37 off 9 now. Azaz Khan just needs to bowl 3 more legal deliveries, get out. of the short boundary end bowling. And KCC will have one hand on the championship trophy. Nice big full toss missed out there, Veer. He knows it. The head goes back. .37 off 8. So up well over 4.5 a ball now. You know, Veer's going to swing at everything. Can Azad's get a second wicket? Well, that's going to be 4. That's what that's going to be. No, it's not. Sonny B was hiding behind the tents. So it's going to be a 1. And Danny Mapp will need to face the final delivery of the 19th. 36 off 7. It's almost needing a maximum of ball here for HKCC. 242, massive score. Turns out it's not going to be too much more than was required. HKCC, we had another game, T20 cricket, more than 400 runs scored. Danny hits hard. Mo Khan does the fielding. Danny will retain strike, so it's slightly less than 6 runs a ball. 35 required off the final over. HKCC 208 for 9. And the fading light, as we're about 19 minutes to 5 p.m. in May. We've got 6 legal deliveries of the Cricket Hong Kong China Premier League T20 series. In 6 deliveries, all 1 wicket's time, a champion will be crowned, and we'll be talking to the player of the match and the captain of the winning side and presenting the trophy post-match. Stick around for that one. Here we go, Fahad Hyatt to Danny Mapp. Danny comes down, gets it on the full, a direct hit. No, Dan decides not to pull the trigger wisely. Davidson's happy, they can take the single. And 34 more runs to required in 5 deliveries. Fahad Hyatt has been very, very good. 2 for 21. Just needs to bowl 5 more legals and this game is over. Veer Mata, he comes down as well. He's hit it nice and straight. Wakas Bakat is down there. There's thoughts of running on Wakas's arm. The youngsters even know that's a poor idea, a suboptimal idea. It's taken 39.2 overs for me to say suboptimal. First time today. Getting old. 4 balls left. Danny Mapp on strike. He swings hard and it gets through. Oh, that was so close to the off stump. Fahad Hyatt knows it. You can see it whether you're watching in the subcontinent on Stick Sports or on Cricket Hong Kong China YouTube and the rest of the world, how close that was. Centimetres at most, millimetres perhaps. As it is, it's in the books as a dot. In KCC, we're going to get the win here. Picks that one up and he's going to get 4 for it though. Not got to die wondering. Danny Mapp got himself into double figures here. Nice little 4 going nice and straight. Danny Mapp from one fast bowler to another. Says, I'm just going to ruin your figures a little bit more. Lovely stroke there from Danny. 2 balls left. Picks it off the toes. Out on the leg side for a single. So Veer Mata will face the final delivery of the final. Short of any extras being bowled, but 1 ball left. Umpire Venkatesh looks up at the scoreboard, confirms. We've bowled 39.5 delivery overs this game. We've got 1 delivery remaining. Here we go. Fahad Hyatt to Veer Mata. He goes aerial up in the air, over the top of Bubba Hyatt, is it? Oh, he got 1 hand to it. It's just a decision of whether it was a 4 or a 6 to finish off the game. It's a 4, but the game is done. Got it logged as a 6, but it didn't parry over in the end. We'll get that updated and we'll let you know. Exactly what the victory was, by my count, will be a 17-run victory. It's going to be a 23-run victory here for KCC in the final. There's the batting card. Shiv and Anshuman Ruff starting hard. 20 runs for Shiv, 62 for Anshuman. Just a 10 for Nazaka, 12 for Sahal Malvinkar. Ninad Shah, 17. And Luke Jones with a beautiful 36 off 14. At the end, Viamatha and Danny Mapp combining for a 30-run partnership to get the runs up to 219. It wasn't enough in the end with 242 on the board. There's the bowling card. Wakas Baka again, 3 for 18 off his 4. A 2 for Atiq Iqbal and Fahad Hyatt, and a single wicket to Azaz Khan. But they got the job done, restricting Hong Kong Cricket Club Men's Premier to 219 for 9, winning by 23 runs. We're going to head down onto the ground for the post-game presentation. Join me for that very shortly. Well, what a fabulous finals for the T20 series of the cricket Hong Kong China. It was a thriller going the full 40 overs right down to the end, but in the end it was a victory to KCC, home ground, and winning by 23 runs. We're going to have a chat to both the captains and announce the player of the match. We're going to start having a chat to Kinshit Shah from HKCC to have a look. Kinshit, if you can come in and join us. Commiserations, sir. It was just a mountain too high today.
Yeah, 240 is always a tough score to chase in T20 cricket, but anywhere around, the wicket played better than expected. So I think anywhere around 200, 30-40 runs more than what we should have given. I think the last 4 overs went for approximately 80 runs. I think that's where we lacked compared to KCC. So our start was, I think, better or on par. But I think it was the back end, the last 4 or 5 overs.
Yeah, it was. Actually, we were watching it throughout the broadcast. You were ahead of KCC on comparison for most of the innings. And is it perhaps just the fact that you didn't win the toss, you didn't bat first, and the nerves at the end, the freedom for KCC in those last few overs just to be able to swing with wickets in hand?
Absolutely. It's all about handling pressure and your execution. So it was the last 4 overs, KCC batted well. They set a good target for us to chase, but we couldn't capitalize in the last 4 or 5 overs. But I think we lost a few too many wickets as well. Maybe that's the reason why we couldn't.
Well, thanks for bringing the game and going all the distance there. HKCC in the final, the captain Kinshit Shah. Now it's time to announce the player of the match, and there's a handful of options, of course. Waqas Barkat getting a 3 for, plus the innings that Kinshit Shah was just talking about, that late partnership of 63 runs with Zenden Verster. But in the end, the umpires have decided one man should be crowned a player of the finals with a 98 and an absolute screamer in the outfield to get one of the wickets. It is Bubba Hyatt. Bubba, please come on in. Congratulations, Bubba. Firstly, let's talk about that innings. 98. As I said, Hafiz Khan up there in broadcast with us in my headset said Bubba's in a mood. I think you were on about 30 at that point. You went on to score 98.
Yeah, I think I will give credit to the groundsman. I think he provided a really good batting wicket. I think even though we scored 242, the way HKCC batted looked like, its game, it could go anywhere. So I think credit goes to the groundsman, and I think I've been playing well for the last few games. I think I was very confident. And then it was coming off nicely today as well.
Well, that's something that perhaps some of our viewers here on Cricket Hong Kong China wouldn't realise, that you scored a 180 in a T20 match last week in Malaysia. So you brought the form into the game. Yeah,
I think this is well needed. I've been playing well. I had a long break in between, so I thought let's just go in Malaysia and just stay with cricket. And you never know. I think I did well in Malaysia as well. So I continue with that form. I think it shows up today as well.
Before I let you go to celebrate your Player of the Final award, what about that catch? That was an absolute screamer as well. You didn't just do it with the bat, that big diving forward in the deep, getting one of the big wickets.
Yeah, I think you need these kind of moments in the game, because, Anshi and Izaka, they're both brilliant players, so we wanted to put that effort, into the game, and then taking those half chances, and then I think that was the reason that I think we won the game. If Nizaka could have gone long, then there was 2 ways, so either ways could have gone.
Well, congratulations. Player of the final, Bubba Hyatt with a 98 and a big catch in the deep. We're going to have a quick chat to the winning captain first before presenting the trophy. We can bring Jay Davidson in now just to talk about the game first. And congratulations to you, stand-in captain Jay Davidson. Come in for one game as captain and walk away the 2025 champions.
Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you, Bushy. I will take it. It's a great effort from the team. I think our batting unit was superb, and then you're not losing many finals with 243 on the board.
That is the secret. It was a big score to start with, but it was tough out there, especially you bowling. You went quite a few runs. It was an easier batting track that we were expecting, but when you weren't getting the wickets with the ball in hand, you were taking screamers all around the ground in the field. Yeah,
I think with 243 on the board, I think the message is always just to stay calm, because you pick up 1 or 2, the rate goes back up, and we know that they had to keep going, which means they needed batters, so 1 or 2 wickets, and then we're back in the game, and then they took it away from us a little bit, got 1 or 2 wickets, and then we were back in the game again. So it was really up and down game. I think credit to these guys for giving that a good bash to get to 220, chasing 243.
How does it feel for the side that went down in the Premier League 50 over format to get one back and getting a trophy right at the end of the season in the T20 format?
Yeah, I think you know my answer to that. I mean, I love playing against these guys. The rivalry is always good, but it's friendly. But it does feel good to get one back against him.
Well, stay there, Jay. We're going to bring in Cricket Hong Kong China Director El Pereira now to present you with a trophy. El, if you can come in and join us and bring in the trophy to present to Jay, and then we'll bring the rest of the side in as well. There is El Pereira. There is the trophy, the 2025 Cricket Hong Kong China Premier League T20 final winners, the champions, Kowloon Cricket Club. Come on in, team. Our last Premier League broadcast for the 2024-25 season. I'll move further away as the team comes all the way in. And probably could run through all the players today. Captain Jay Davidson, Chris Carter, Bubba Hyatt, Mo Khan, Atiq Iqbal, Tommy Heisinger with the gloves on today, Sunny Bimsaria, Zendan Verster, Azaz Khan, Fahad Hyatt. 13th player was Will Walsh today. He's there in the middle. Madassa Hussain in there as well, and the head coach, Wakas Bakat. As we move across out of the way. And let them do whatever they want to do. They're going to pose for some photos as well in front of the beautiful Kowloon Cricket Club swimming pool pavilion, where the VIPs have been watching on all day. A full 40 over match for the final, which is what we love. And there they are. Pose for their photos. And then we'll just head back in before we wrap up today's broadcast. And the photos are done. And don't forget also, we've done the men's Cricket Hong Kong China Premier League T20 series final, but we still have the women's coming up very shortly. They're going to be continuing with the photos, so I'll just remind you, May 25, I think it's going to be May 25. May 25, it will be a Sunday. There we go, from KCC victors this 2025 season for Cricket Hong Kong China in the T20 format. We're going to wrap up the broadcast. We'll be back live on May 25 for the Women's Premier League T20 series final. That'll be Hong Kong Cricket Club versus Craigengow live from Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. But until then, Aaron Bush signing off.